What's up, gang? This is the GoodBerean. Welcome back to a brand new type of streaming experience. So today we are doing something pretty different from our normal diet. We are doing a music composition stream. Rem, what is up? Welcome in. Thank you for the 30 stream streak. Welcome in. How are you doing? It's so good to see you. Hope everything is well. Hope you are able to get some sleep despite being here. What's going on? So we are here writing some music. So here's the plan. So here's what's going on. This is something I've been kind of plotting for a while. You could say that I've been plotting it since the inception of streams. Oops, I may have forgotten to update that. Hold on. Okay, try it again. All right, sorry about that. Try it again. We're back. You know what's funny is that I thought about doing the actually doing the cinnamon orange tea again, and I thought, you know, if Rem shows up and she sees me doing the cinnamon orange tea for the third stream in a row, she's gonna call me out on it. So I better do something else to mix it up. And I did. I just forgot to update the thing. But hope you are doing well. So we are what we're doing here. So this is something I've been plotting basically since the inception of the stream. Part of why I even started streaming in the first place is because I wanted to not just do gaming content, but actually bring together multiple interests and passions into one singular space, namely music composition and game development alongside gaming. And so the reason that it's taken me so long to actually start doing this, thank you for wasting a pant, King Felix. Good to see you. The reason that it's taken me a while to get actually started doing this is because my setup for this is a little bit janky. For some context, one, the room that I'm streaming in is not set up super duper well. Basically, like, I have my piano like kitty corner to my desk, but it's not my room's not big enough for like the keyboard to be like all the way out and accessible. So I'm like kind of sitting in this spot where half of my keyboard is like really easy for me to reach and half my keyboard is like behind my desk and I have to like reach for it. So it's really wacky. It's not a good setup. And then on top of that, I'm actually streaming the music bit from not my gaming computer that I normally do all the streaming from. I'm actually streaming it from my laptop that is piping into my gaming computer via a capture card. So we have like multiple layers of jank going on. Is my laptop going to blow up midstream? I don't know. Is the audio going to be so super duper whack? I don't know. Am I going to be able to reach the keys that I need to write the music? I don't know. But we're going to do it. We're going to put it out there. We're going to give it a shot. That's why I wanted to do the alert jingles first, to kind of like de-escalate the area of entry and be like, okay, so we're not going to start on writing a whole piece on stream. We're just going to start by writing a couple little jingles. How do you spell janky? Yep, that's exactly right. Janky. Janky. Nailed it. Welcome in, Kat. Good to see you. So that is the plan, is we're going to be writing some alert jingles, and I've got some sort of I've got like a list here of jingles that I want to do, or at least kind of like shoot for, and then if we get through those, then we'll branch out and do some stuff. But I want to write a unique jingle for subscriptions, for bits, for hype train, and for reaching goals, like stream goals. So we're gonna start with bits, and actually I should probably do like a sound test or something, huh? You know, that would be what a professional streamer does. I did test this earlier, but let's just make sure that it actually works. Can you guys hear that at all? It's probably it's a little bit quiet on my end, so it's probably pretty quiet for you. How about that? Does that sound like? Does that sound like music? Do you guys hear that? Sounds good to you? All right, excellent, very cool. Another thing that's janky about the setup is because of like where my mic is positioned, because where I'm sitting, and because of where my laptop is, I also can't see chat super duper well either. So I'm gonna have to like be more like looking over to chat periodically, and it might make the audio sound like it's gonna be super weird. But part of the I wanted to just start it. I just wanted to do it because that's kind of what this whole streaming experience has been about, is being like, even though we're not ready, you know, not just preparing infinitely until I feel like I'm ready to do something, but just saying, hey, you know what, this is something I want to do. We don't have all the things figured out, but I've got enough of it figured out that we can just kind of figure out the rest along the way, and we're just going to do it. So that's what we're here to do. We're going to see how this goes, and if it goes well, we'll do more of these. Sounds good to you? Awesome. And oh, that was from, I read that already. That was from earlier. Thank you for the hydrate, Rem. Thank you. That was very refreshing. So, all right, let's get into this. So, the first thing I want to do is actually like pick an instrument to see kind of what we want to do. And I have this vision in my mind. I've had it in my mind for a while now, where I have, you know, we have the alert jingle, right? That or we have the following jingle that goes something like, you know, something like that. I didn't play it super well, but that's basically the jingle. My idea is for the subscription jingle to be kind of like an extension of that. So we're gonna toy around here and see what we can do. I think what I want to do is let's grab, where's my instruments? Piano. Let's go to piano, and let's find a good piano. I can't remember which piano I used for the other one, but we'll just plunk through a couple of these and see if they're cool. And I just want to see. It's kind of boring. I want something warmer than that. Maybe we'll just crank through all of these. This won't be too long. Nah, that's too meh. That's really weird. That might be nice. Actually, that might work. That might be the one we use. That is the one we used. Yep. Okay. All right. Cool. I think we'll stick with that one then. But I want to do something a bit different, like melodically. And I did throw it. You know, obviously this says say, help me write alert jingles. Feel free for this to be like a chat participation experience. Like, obviously I have some artistic vision in my head, but there's a part of this that I'm like literally composing on the spot. I'm kind of just exploring on the spot, coming up with stuff to see what works. So feel free to backseat this. Like, feel free to just be like, hey, like, what if we threw this instrument in there? Or what if we threw this kind of thing in? And we can experiment with it, because that's what this is. You know, that's what music composition is. It's an experiment. You're just exploring the sound in real time and seeing what sticks. So I kind of want to see, what if we kept it in the same key, but we did something like what would we need to do here? Something like that might actually work. I kind of like that. I kind of like the so what I'm doing here is I'm taking that motif from the follower alert, and I'm basically just twisting it up. Do you def want it to be piano? What if you tried a more funky sound for the jingle? Well, I want it to be something that's a little bit more mellow. It doesn't have to be exactly this. I'm thinking maybe like have this piano as the backbone, but maybe like throw one other instrument in there to sort of like fill it in a little bit more. Because again, I'm picturing this as like an extension of the follower jingle, where we take the same melodic idea and we kind of expand it. We kind of like evolve it to sort of its next level. And so we've got this. And so what I did here now is something like this, where I've got that same melodic motif, but I just moved it down a bit and then repeated it before I resolved it. And then I could just probably just land it right there. That's actually kind of nice. Maybe like a fourth or a seventh on the strings in the background. You like throw some strings in there. Yeah, I think strings would be a nice little accompaniment. I don't know how good I haven't fooled around with the strings super much on this in this DAW. So I don't know what the quality of them are going to be, but we'll certainly experiment that, because I think just a little bit of string flavor could be a nice addition. So here's what we'll do. Because the other principle that I want to exercise here is to not overthink it. Like, we're trying to kind of like quickly pedal some of these out, and we can also like revisit these too. Like, this is I built it, I created like a super basic list, but there there's like 9 different layers of subscriptions you can do, right? You can do like different alerts for like Prime versus gifted versus right, just a regular sub. You can do like multiple layers of like how many gifted subs there are. So like there's a lot of room to expand here. So I kind of want to just I think we got a cool idea here. I kind of want to just like crank this out real quick and then see if we can move on to the next one. Because the goal is completion is better than perfection. That's my principle here, is something that is done and finished and out in the universe is better than something that is in continual progress of completion but never actually finished. So that's my goal. So let's get this down. Let's also see, can I actually perform this? Is the other question. Maybe if probably want to get the actual tempo here. So I'm thinking like doo-doo-doo-doo. So what do we actually have here? That's way too fast. A little fast still. Yo, M Walkup 927, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome in. We are just doing some music composition, and it's so funny that you triggered that alert, because we've just been messing around with exploring that and making a more interesting version of it for our subs. So kind of threw me off guard, but welcome in. So let's see. I think this is a good tempo. That's a little slow still. Maybe 80, just clean 80. Yeah, that's pretty good. All right, let me see. Hopefully I can actually even do this. What if we just, we might need to try one at a time. We'll have to kind of experiment and explore, see how I can actually record this in a way that's going to be helpful. So let's just try it. Oh, and then you know what I think we're gonna do? We're gonna cheat. We're already gonna cheat, guys. Watch this. So I'm just gonna grab all this, copy, paste, and then move up a whole step, because we're basically just doing the exact same thing twice. Hello, M. Walkup. Good to see you. I don't know why I'm pronouncing the L in your name. But All right. So what we did is we're just basically played the exact same thing and we moved it up a whole step. So let's just see how that actually ends up sounding. That actually kind of works. I think we'll do that. We'll just we'll hang with that, and then we just plant a little that at the very end. I think will work just fine. It's a little janky. The transition's a little janky though. I don't know how do we fix that. A person that's better at this DAW would know. I need to extend the pedal somehow. Maybe I just need to do that. What if we do that? Will that work? Or there's an automation thing. I think we're close. We're close to a functional thing here. And we could spend like hours tweaking the like the mix and like fixing every little bit here, but I kind of, I think, call me crazy, but I think if we just add an extra instrument here, then that'll end up sounding pretty nice. So let's change this name here. And then what can we do for stuff? Studio strings. That sounds like something we want. Oh, but these are all going to be like full section stuff, isn't it? What is this? I don't even know what these are. Let's find out. Yeah. Nope. Okay, so that might work. Ooh, I kind of like that. Ooh, I like that. We'll come back to that. That also could work. What if we did like what is that? That's really weird how it like jumps up. I'm literally just playing F, G, A, and it's like jumping up an octave. But if I like play it right next to each other. What if I can we also do like a it's doing some weird things with the pitch. It's like not playing the pitch that I want, like I actually am playing. Like that's not what a D is. I guess it's a D, but it's like really high. I don't want that D. I want the low. I want like a middle D. What about this one? There, that sounds better. So yeah, I think we just throw that on. Oh wait, no, what have I done? I've done the cardinal sin of using a DAW, where I'm just changing the thing that I've just been working on. We don't actually want that to be a thing. What we want is to now create a new track. Boom. And then we change that to no, it was studio strings that we were using. Maybe we don't want to use studio strings. Maybe we want to let me just see real quickly if this is going to be any good. The string there is passable. You have to tune it. Maybe. The string there is passable, but it's maybe I think let me just explore a couple other options here. So what if we do this studio strings? How does this sound? Ooh, I kind of like this better. It's a little thin and a bit delayed. String ensemble, huh? No, not quite. I like the attack, but it's too it decays too quick. I kind of like the smart strings. Smart strings kind of work. I don't know how it's going to be with this, the actual, it might be too delayed, but so let me just kind of experiment with this a little bit. Can I I could do a count off. Can I not do a count off? Can I not? I thought, whatever. I don't know. What do we think? I gotta listen to this again. Also, I might have to quantize the notes playing a little bit. It's little off. Let me take this part away for real quick. Yeah, what do I need? What does this need? What does this need, gang? It needs a little something. I think it needs something with a fuller, like quicker attack, though. And it also needs to like not, yeah, it needs to not be delayed. Can I get away with individual lines like I did like a... Yeah, I don't love that either. Maybe wonder if strings is the wrong direction. We could also do like a synth patch. That could also work. I'm just trying to think, what does this need to have to like fill out really? Oh, but you know what we could do? You know what we could do? We could do, and actually I'm just gonna fix the timing on this real quick while I'm here. How does that sound? Does that sound right? That almost sounds too fast. Something's off there. That kind of sounds better. That sounds late. Crazy. What if I just quantize all these? Huh? What if I just do nearest eighth note quantized? Okay, I think that sounds better. You could play the background higher to lower while the melody goes lower to higher. Oh yeah. So that was so one thing I was thinking is like, what if I did like a counter melody in here and it wasn't just pads, it was something like something. So we need something with a strong with like a quick attack. Like you can't have these like really like slow intro things. And I don't like these because they're all delayed. Like, we need something that's got a quick attack. I could probably, like, go into the envelope and try to, like, manipulate it, but that's not It's not what we're here to do. Like that's gonna be too much work. That's, well, it's a quicker attack, but I just don't like the sound. I think these are the patches I don't like, right? This might be our best one, actually. It's it sounds a little weird, but the attack is good, and it's got a nice natural reverb to it. So I think it's the best we've got to go with here. So what if we did something like, something like that. So like something with a little bit of motion and maybe some layers. So like that's a little plain vanilla, but it might work with the layers. I kind of like that. We might do something like that. And then we'll get a middle voice in there somehow. What if we did like something like... That could work. But we'll try that in a sec. Let's get I kind of like the two dual voices here first. Like I think that's a good kind of natural combo. So let's just add those first. So let me just go ahead and record this. Well, the other thing we'll have to kind of negotiate is like the decay on this last note. But let's just get these down first. I'll fix the timing in a second. I just want to make sure that we actually, like, this actually kind of works. And then we'll just do that, and then just paste a little. How do I guess I can just do that. Oh, that was just the way we want. Okay. So let's just listen to that. See how it is. See if we like that. It might be clashing with the main melody though. What would it be? No, it shouldn't be, actually. Yeah, I think that actually works. Need to fix the timing on this. I'm just going to quantize this whole thing. Okay, so for those of you guys that don't know, quantizing in like a DAW, like basically what we're just doing, all of this is MIDI, which basically means like I'm playing the music on my piano, and then it's feeding into my my software here. This is Logic Pro, which is what we call a DAW, DAW, digital audio workstation, and it's interpreting the electronic signals that my piano is giving, and then basically like mapping it onto an existing sound library that I've chosen. So that's this like Kensington instrument like string section thing that we have. So because it's digital,
because it's digital information fundamentally, we get to alter it in ways that you can't necessarily do as easily with like if I were to just like record record a piano playing on like my microphone and then go from there. So which means we can do stuff like this where we highlight the whole thing and then we just say, hey, let's just like shift all the quantizing, all the rhythm information to land exactly on the beat that I want it to. And so then I think so I think that's fundamentally pretty strong. We just want to like make some tweaks and then I think we'll be done. So first thing I want to do is actually shorten these notes to see if we can get them like to mirror the delay of the decay of the piano better. So like, I like the decay the piano has, where it's like got a strong attack and then it like immediately fades away and just kind of like fades off into its obscurity. And that's kind of like just naturally how the piano is, right? But strings aren't like that. Like you don't have like a natural decay like that. Like you're playing the string and it has a really strong sustain for as long as you're playing the note. And so we kind of have to artificially deal with that. I don't like that. What if we do it? We'll probably need to do some automation, which basically means artificially making the sound die down. So we're gonna do. I just want to make sure that we got like a roughly good length first. I think that's a pretty good length, and then I'm gonna adjust the mix as well so that it's quiet. The piano's quieter than the strings are quieter than the piano because we really want them to be the background noise. For now, can I just do like just to kind of experiment and see if this is even gonna work? I think that's pretty good. Maybe what I do. I also should just change the attack here. So you can also adjust like how much individual notes actually sound. So that's this velocity bit where basically I'm just going to say like we don't hit quite, these notes don't get hit quite as hard as I actually performed them. I get to decide that they get hit softer. I think that's better. That's closer to what we want. That doesn't sound too bad right now, actually, I'm not going to want to just mix it here, though. What was this? Negative 5.7. I'm going to actually want to adjust. I guess that is this, right? Well, maybe let's just make it a little bit quieter, see if that makes a difference. Because I still want the piano to stand out, and we don't want to just crank the piano. No, we can't like zero levels. It's kind of a good baseline. We just want. I don't know. I'm trying to hear it. And it's not like quite clicking for me yet. It's just not quite blending the way I want. Maybe I reduce the attack on all of these, or not this. I'm looking at the wrong thing. Maybe all these need to also come down. Let's just try it. That just seems too quiet now. It doesn't seem mixed. It just seems like I can't hear it as well as I should. Maybe I just need to not have it be like -7. Maybe I need to increase the attack on these guys. So let me try that real quick. I'll just do that. And then let's just pump this like this way. Yeah, it was just kind of quick and dirty work. Like a real mixing engineer would like go through a lot more carefully and like tweak every note to make it exactly right. I'm not going to do that. That's closer to what we want. I don't know if I want white because I think it stands out a little too much now, but we're closer. Oops. Now, what do you guys think? What's your take on this so far? How does it sound? I think I like the notes, I think compositionally, I like what we're doing. I like this particular combination of instruments, the piano with the strings, I think is a good blend. I think it's strictly like mixing and kind of like balance at this stage that I'm not super sure about. And the goal is to kind of make it, again, we're just kind of wanting to crank these out, not make it perfect, but I want it to be like good enough that I'm like proud of it. I'm like, that sounds good. That sounds like something I want to actually listen to. Let me listen to it again. And let me take this away too. We don't need the metronome anymore. Honestly, I kind of like that mix. I kind of like that blend right now. If anything, maybe still bringing down the counter melody a little bit more. So we still want this, like, we still want to be like the main event, right? Is there an effect that would make the keys brighter? I mean, I could choose a different like key because I deliberately chose like a keyboard that would sound a little bit like more mellow. And so we could go hunting for like a different sound sample there. But maybe so it's I kind of want to keep it that like warm, that warm mellow sound, and just maybe and get the strings to kind of like blend into that, not vice versa. And I don't really want to get into like EQing stuff either, because that's going to be its own headache. And quite frankly, I'm just not that good at it either. So in fact, that would make the keys brighter, maybe. Maybe we do. Let me just experiment with knocking down this a little bit more. It's at 27 right now. What if we do it 21? And now it just sounds like too quiet. Like I'm just like maybe I just bring down these two notes, because these are like the two loudest guys. So what if we just do that and then that? I'm also not sure how it's going to be, like, because I suspect that I'm hearing it a little bit softer than it is actually going to sound like once it's in an alert context. I want the mix to be somewhat similar to like the follower notification too. And then I know I'm just like listening to it over and over again, but I'm just trying to kind of like hear different pieces of it and be like, what needs to change, what needs to be fixed. maybe we do just crank up this a little bit more. Make the melody pop just a bit. Let's see how that goes. It might be too harsh. And then let's make these guys louder too. I don't want these to be like too soft. This note needs to be a little bit more chill. And maybe the first note, just a bit of the edge comes off there. I kind of like that. I kind of like that. It's not perfect. There's probably some more tweaks that we could do, but I just want to just listen to see if there's anything else that I want to change. I really like that last note. I think the last note's kind of exactly where I want it. And then I just want to. I think that first upper strings note is still a little too aggressive. And then this one's like almost too quiet. Or these ones are almost like a little too low. Let me bring these up a bit. I think that's just a little bit more on this guy. Yeah, not that much. Good old 30. Yeah, I think that's pretty good. Like I could tweak it a little bit more, but I kind of like where it's at. So I think in the name of completion is better than perfection, let's move on. I'm gonna go ahead and I was debating about maybe I was debating about like getting it, like making it live here. I think what I'll do is I'll just leave this for now, and then I'll make everything live after the stream, and then we can and do some additional testing with it, like with OBS and everything. But I think I'm just gonna leave this bit for now. So give me just 1 second. I need to. Can I do? Trying to find something. 1 sec. Okay. I just need to make sure I get this oops. And I've pressed all the wrong buttons. Can I just Oh, I've already saved it. That's why. All right. Then let's leave that for now. So let's get started on, we got like 12 minutes before our before our first ad break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and get us started on the next jingle, and then we will have to kind of stop halfway through, but we'll kind of have to generate some ideas as we go. Yeah, we'll close this project. Okay. And then just hold please while I do this. Bits jingle. Cool. I don't think I've actually ever gotten any bits on the channel, but it'd be nice that if I ever did to have a unique sound for it. So can we full screen this, please? Okay. All right, we're back. All right, so let's figure out what we want to do with our bits jingle. So I had sort of an idea about the the one jingle going in. I kind of the other ones I don't have a super strong idea for. So the bits is we're gonna kind of just come up with this on the fly. So thinking about kind of thematically, right? Like I'm approaching this like a composition, like, you know, I'm approaching this like light motifs, like a piece of music, like a larger, like the whole stream is like this larger piece of music that has these light motifs that recur and kind of like are established in like thematic ways. And so I again kind of see the follower motif as kind of the core of this, but I want to manipulate it in a way that's not as blatant as the, you know, the one we had before, like or as the sub one. Like I want to kind of like use this as like a foundation, but maybe do something a bit more off the beaten trail with it. So if you're not familiar, so there's a couple of different compositional techniques that we can kind of employ here. The one that we employed for the sub one, the sub jingle, was transposition, where we take this line and we just move it to a different key. And we also did fragmentation, which is not finishing it, right? So we didn't go, we just did like the first 4 notes and then transposed it again, and then just kind of like ended it here because I thought it sounded good to do that. Because ear is always king when you're composing. Like there's these little like math games you can do, and these little like, oh, like we can take this and we can like twist it like that and like shorten the rhythm and like do all this stuff. At the end of the day, none of that matters as long as it sounds what you want it to be. Like ear is king. If it sounds like something, if you're hearing it a certain way, even if it doesn't like fit into the paradigms of like manipulate, like motivic manipulation, you still just go with that. You go with what your ear says. So with that said, I don't want to just do something like that. What we can experiment with some other principles. So one what could be what's called retrograde, where we do it backwards. Well, so that's forward. That could create some interesting options. It's not. I'm not super in love with that. It doesn't create a whole lot of interesting melodic ideas in my brain. Maybe this one. That could be something interesting to come back to. But I'm loving. I think I like a little more. And let me get like a different keyboard here because it's a little soft. That's just a little obnoxious. Can we do this? That's also obnoxious in a different way. Deluxe Classic. Okay, it's a little quiet. Another thing that we can do is like not just doing it backwards, but actually doing it like inversion. So we're inverting the melody. So we could start like, so instead of going, we actually start by going down. So we could do something like, you know, so this is a pretty strong melodic motif right here. This like da da da. So I kind of want to stick with that and see what we can do with that. You could also do so like this little downward motion. Something like that could be cool. But I kind of like that. Maybe do it in a different key though. So let's get out of D major. What if we did something like, I kind of like that. Yeah, that could actually be pretty nice. So and to kind of, you know, at the risk of like doing music theory analysis on it to death, I'll just mention another cool thing. So, you know, these are not hard and fast rules. I'm not doing an exact inversion here, right? I'm not just, you know, an exact inversion would be something like where I'm following the exact like intervals, but just in reverse order, where you start with a half step and I'd be doing a half step at the beginning and down instead. We're doing a whole step down, and then we're just jumping up a fifth and then doing another whole step down and then jumping up another fifth. So that doesn't exactly mirror what we had before, which was up a half step, down a fourth, but it's like, it's the same idea. To quote one of my old composition professors, it's the same idea. You get the same, you know, you get this, you know, having something go versus having go. It's like the same melodic shape. And so even though it's not a like strictly inversion, it's the same, like you get the same musical idea from it. And that's really the core of musical composition, is that you take pre-existing melodic material and you twist it in ways that make it sort of unrecognizable, but also sort of recognizable. And so in this case, we're just taking this little thing, we're flipping it on its head and making it go down instead of going up, down. It's going down, up, but then we're just and then layering that on top of each other, down, up, and then still kind of keeping it in sort of a melodic way that our ear follows. So, music theory lesson over. That's I like this melodic shape. I'm just curious about what we can do with it here though, because I want to get off this instrument. The electric keyboard is not what I'm wanting here. I'm wanting something a little bit more like sprightly, something like almost like a bell, something that's got a stronger attack. What if we do celeste? Like let's find a celeste mallet. Where does the celeste? I had a celeste somewhere, because I used a celeste sound already in one of my one of my existing jingles, my raid jingle. Where is it? Celeste, where are you? Where would I put a celeste if I had one? Because it's a keyboard instrument, but it's also, what if we orchestral? It's our keyboard. There we go. I kind of like that. It's a little low. The range is a little bit low. What if we did? Ooh, I like that a lot, actually. Yeah, I think that's our boy right there. So, ding, 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 ding. Probably about 80 again. 81. Come on, dude. Ding, 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 ding. A little faster than that, actually. Ding, 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 ding. My goodness. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, I like that. That's a good tempo for that. And then what I mentioned before about the janky my janky keyboard setup is starting to come into play here, because I'm having to reach now where my right hand is sitting, literally resting on my desk while it tries to play some of these notes here. But I think that's I like the start of this, so let's just go with this. That sounds pretty good. I'm going to just quantize this real quick, because I do want it to be pretty just like on the money rhythmically. And we'll just do eighth note. And then kind of get these, hang over a little bit, because we want it to actually, like, you know, sound like a bell that's ringing, but it's, yeah, that's good. I like it. I like that so far. So now we just add some more color. What color do we need? What does this need? Not strings again. I don't think strings is the right move here. It needs something like a pad though, not like a synth pad, but like hey, harp. That could actually work pretty well. So I also am. It's a little bit. Oh, we're already at an ad break. Okay, so I think this is a good place to stop for the ad. So get a little break, and then we'll see you in a bit. All right, and we're back. Hope everyone had a good ad break. All right, so when we last left our heroes, we had written this. And just for a reminder, this is for bits. So like the idea is that it's an extension of the sub, like a sort of similar to like the sub jingle, but like we've kind of slightly manipulated the melodic material to turn it into something different. And we landed on, we've done the cardinal sin once more, where we have changed our instrument that we were working with. We don't want that. What we do want is to create a second instrument and then go back to the same place we just were and make this harp. That's what we want. Because now, one of the thing that I was talking about, the thing that I was just about to mention before we went on the ad break is, you consider this idea. It's very harmonically ambiguous, right? It's sort of hovering around the notes that are a little bit not defining any particular tonal center or melody. If you're familiar with music theory at all and know like scales by degrees, we're basically dealing with, like, if we're thinking about this in G major, we basically are doing 2 1 5 4 1, which is basically like almost all of the notes that tell us nothing about the kind of key that we're in. Like this could be, we could be in a major key, we could be in a minor key, we couldn't be in diminished, but like, there's a lot of ambiguity here. We could play from a chord that's not even in G major. Something a little bit far out, like, right? So like there's a lot of harmonic possibilities that open up here. I don't want to get too crazy with this, and I also don't want to just like do, especially since we're going with harp, I don't want to just do like a blanket pad. I'd probably want to do something more like kind of like what we did last time, where we had this moving line, something. What if we did something like? So what if we did, something like that? Would it be like, or something in that realm? You really liked that last one? The one that I just, this like, yeah, it's a real tasty one. I kind of want to figure out a way to kind of work it into that. I'm also trying to, not get super crazy with it, but it's like, that could be a cool like evolution one. Maybe we do like, someone gifts a certain amount of bits, then it gets crazier. But we want to keep it a little bit simple right now. But also still sounding good, like not too plain vanilla, but just, what do we want from here? Ooh, what if we did that? I like that. I like that major ninth between the melody and the bass. Oh, but it's we could do something like that. That could work too. Like just have that like pedal D there. I really want to land on that. This is where I want to end up. That sounds a little. That's. I don't love this chord. It sounds a little bit like sounds a little too. It almost sounds like an acoustic guitar, but I don't really want that necessarily, which is a bummer because that's a really I also want to write, like, I don't really know harp, but I want to make it still sound idiomatic. So I guess would it be it would be idiomatic to have like 2 different lines in the harp, right? So would unison, would the octave really be that bad there though? It's strong because of the parallel motion. So I think it kind of saves it just because it's such a, it's normally I try to avoid just like straight up octaves when I'm writing like counter melodies, but because it's so quick, right? We're just doing this. So you barely hear it. And I think the fact that you have this parallelism in the bottom line, I think it saves it from sounding too plain vanilla with the octaves. So let's give that a try. I'm just gonna record this real quick. Okay, that was a little slower than I recall the jingle being. Also, I really love this melodic like melodic motif we've created, because I feel like it's going to have a lot of potential. Like, I think that there's going to be a lot of ways to evolve it in some cool ways. That's too short. So maybe just straight up at 2. How's that sound? Ooh, I really like that. That really works for me. Let me just see. I'm going to listen for the octave and see. Yeah, I don't mind the octave there, because again, it's so quick that it's just this little like flurry of this like blah, like it feels like you just like walked into the forest for a second and just hear this just like, you know, opened up a mushroom and there was something magical inside. Yeah, we're sticking with that for sure. Are there any other instruments or any other colors that I want to add here? I feel like it could use one more thing. I don't want to overstuff it, and I don't want to like add something just for the sake of having something, but I do feel like there's just maybe one little extra piece that it could use. Maybe like a percussion thing. So maybe we add like a wind chime. Where's percussion? No, we don't want like kits. We want like orchestral percussion. Yeah. That's that's not a lot to work with. Can we get can I get a wind chime somewhere? I thought I thought I had a bunch of like random stuff downloaded. Where's all my stuff? Mallet? No, it's not. Wind chime's not a mallet instrument. World percussion. Why do I have so few sound samples. My literally like half of my laptop space is just sound samples. So where are all the good sound samples? All right. Cinematic. No, that's not right. Legacy. No, that's not right either. You're really gonna gatekeep. Well, okay, let's go back to percussion here. Performance patches. No. No. You kidding me, man? Orchestral. I just, you know what I just realized that this reminds me of? It reminds me of the Green Path music from Hollow Knight. Not Silksong, the OG, which is like one of my favorite pieces of like video game music from all time. It's like the kind of music that I listen to and go like, I want to learn how to write like that. But there he had access to wind chimes. Where's our wind chimes? These are wind chimes. Okay, well we have to wait for them to die down. I don't like that. I wish can we control, like, I'm literally just pressing it one time and it's going for like hours. So something like that, but like not sucky. I just wish there was. I wish I had more control over what it was giving me here. I think we're on. I think this is the right direction. I think we're on the right track here. It just doesn't. It's just not quite what I want. And this is just gong. And I want the one. I want the one just goes like up like one time. Like why it should just be able to just do like a. It shouldn't be so complicated. So what we're not going to do is overcomplicate this. Because that again, we're completion over perfection. If it's going to take me an hour to find like a good like wind chime sound, like we'll just figure something else out. Even though I think wind chimes would be like the right move here, if we can find something else that kind of works in its stead, we'll go with that first. So what are tubular bells? That's entirely too aggressive. Polys are gonna be too aggressive too, right? Maybe not. But they also might be a little too discordant. What if we just did something like that, like at the very end? It's not a bad substitute for wind chimes. What if we did something like that? I'm just gonna loop this real quick because I gotta get like this, see if this gives me anything that's worth doing. I don't want just the same rhythm though. We need to like either make it faster or slower. I feel like more rhythmically complex for the Cortellis. I don't know. So we're on the right track, but I don't think that's quite what we want. Xylophone's probably gonna be too harsh. What about marimba? Ooh, marimba might be what we need here. Where would marimba be? It should probably be under keyboard. I would think that it would be under orchestral keyboard, but maybe it's under mallet. Glass marimba. Maybe something like a wood marimba. Maybe just marimba. I don't. That seems like too artificially low. I don't know what the range is of a marimba off the top of my head, but I kind of like that. That might sound sick. I kind of like the triplets against the 2 against 3 there. Also, sorry if the mic is being super wacky. Hold on, I gotta stop this thing here. That seems a little too artificially low, but it does give us the much needed bass that we need. Would that be too much like stuff in the same range? We'll try it. Yeah, that clashes too much. I still think that like the answer here is more of like a percussion instrument rather than just like another melodic instrument, because we've already got the harp functioning as the bass in this one. So I don't think marimba's our pick here. A marimba could be a cool like substitute for harp. And if we need some extra color, it would be a nice thing to add. But I think that just like... I'm just trying to think about it. Yeah, that's pretty close to complete already. It just needs like one extra thing. And specifically something that's in like more of the percussion department. I've used this hack before. This is actually the one that I used for one of the BRB songs. This is like the pack that I used for the percussion here, and so it had some cool, nice, like more acoustic sounding percussion things that I think might fit here. Chimes. What's chimes? That's wrong. C. That actually might be exactly what we want. Hold on. Hold it a little bit longer. I think we got it. I just want to, how do I get it? I need to like get it to decay better. I need to like get it to stop going up and then also release. Maybe I just need to record it. So hold on, let's just record this. Let's see how it sounds. Oh, I shouldn't have done that. Oops. I've done a bad. Oh, if we just move that down back to 2. That sounds so bad though. That's the closest to what I'm looking for that I think we could get. I kind of wish I could get it to go like release just a little bit sooner. If I like do that, does that make it release sooner? Yeah, because I want it to like stop going up right when the rest of the notes hit their rest of the instruments hit their last note. But I don't know how to do that without making it like just cut out. What if I did that? Is that gonna work? No, that just it still sounds wrong. And if it's just right at 2, is that gonna? It's so close to what I want it to be, but it's not quite there. We might want to abandon this track because it's also like maybe I could just record something acoustically. I don't even have wind chimes, but I could probably just go out and buy some and just like add them. That might be the solution here. So I think, what do I want to do here? Get the closest to we'll get the closest to what I want, and then we'll say this is done. That doesn't sound good. That doesn't sound good either. What if we go back up to this one? That's closest. It doesn't sound great, but it's a good stand-in, and I think I will try just like recording some acoustic wind chimes and doing that. Let me listen to it one more time without the metronome. Yeah, I think that's good. And I think, you know, I'm not gonna like do a lot of stuff with the mixing either, like I did with the last jingle. I think we're gonna prioritize just kind of getting the rough sketch on the table here, get it to a point of like, okay, that sounds like more or less what I want, and then we'll I can do the rest of that stuff like off stream and finish it up. But to even get like the core concept, I think is going to be the goal. So with that, that we're already 2 down and we're an hour and a half in, which is honestly better pace than I was expecting. So we're cooking along just fine here. I will be taking the view off the screen here real quick, so just hold on while I shift gears. Yet another reason why everything's janky here is because I'm trying to like do this you know, from my computer that I've never, like, you know, the gaming computer that I have, I basically exclusively use it for streaming, but this laptop I use for a bunch of other stuff, and so I'm not wanting it to just like randomly dox me or anything like that. Close this, open a new project. And so, all right, so we're on to Hype Train, which I'm actually kind of pumped for. All right, I'm excited for Hype Train. Because I think, you know, there's some fun melodic possibilities here. So to go back to, you know, the concept of, I'm conceiving of the whole of, let me full screen this so you don't see my like toolbar. So part of the concept behind this is to have it be you know, sort of like one unified musical experience across the stream. And so like even though there's different like themes and ideas and motivic material that crops up, like it's all sort of like unified or extrapolated. Or to put it another way, taking previously established musical material rather than like every single piece of music or each jingle that I come up with being like a totally new concept, being like, okay, well now we just have to invent a new melody from scratch. It's like, no, we actually don't. We can borrow from pre-existing material as long as we manipulate it in a new and interesting way. Sometimes in ways that might be familiar, like the sub jingle was, or maybe in ways that sound a little bit less obvious, like the bits jingle that we just did. So I think in like manner, I want to borrow from a different motivic reservoir, and that's the jingle that we have for our raids. Right now we have a raid jingle that goes, I'm not going to play it exactly, but it's something like, and it's just basically these two arpeggios, C major and then F sharp major or G flat major, these like two very disparate arpeggios, kind of like you're just walking it up, walking up them and making it, and kind of like dancing between those two very like disparate sounds. And I like that because I think it brings out this almost like sense of alarm of like, oh, something's happening. We've been invaded. We're under attack. And so in like manner, that's kind of the same vibe that I get with hype train, where it's like you're almost getting attacked by generosity. You're getting attacked by people subbing to you and gifting subs on your behalf. And so I kind of want to like pull on that a little bit more and like stick with that vibe. The other thing that I want to incorporate is, obviously if we have something called a hype train, that gives us certain like that generates in our minds certain musical, like pre-existing musical concepts too, right? Like you think about a train, you think about like, well, what's some stuff, what are ways that music has traditionally like represented a train? Well, with like the chugga chugga stuff, with like the whistle, like the lots of like bells and like engine noises. And so I kind of want to see what we can do with that. So we're going to explore a little bit. I think, how do we want to go? So I kind of want to get away from the keyboard sound, at least like the keyboards that we've been toying with. I want to do something that's like a little bit more aggressive, like we have with the rage jingle. So maybe something that's like, I kind of, what if we go, let's just start poking around here. Let's just start poking around. And again, feel free to like throw out suggestions, throw out like, okay, well, what about this sound? And we'll go there and we'll see what we like. What do we have? We have we could do some more percussion. So this might be a good Crotales might be a little bit, Crotales could be a good like color here. What is orchestral kit? That's not what I want. Oh, that's the orchestra. Can I view? I'm just gonna record something real quick. Okay, just so I can see. I just want to see like what actual instruments we're working with here. Got a lot of stuff. Oh man, this is actually a lot of stuff to mess with. So what can we do here? Metal claps. What are metal claps? I don't think that's really what we want. Something a little bit more Castanels. Oh, those. Oh, or castanets. Beltry. Ooh, anvil. Ooh, now we're cooking. Okay. That it's not a super great sounding anvil, but we're on the right track here with like more of a like industrial sound. Yeah, I need something that has a little bit more like oomph than this anvil that we're getting. Something more metallic. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Man, I wish we had a good anvil sound. Anvil would be. This might be another thing where I kind of. Dare I go out and buy an anvil so I can record an actual anvil sound? But we might do that. But let's just see what we can cook up here first. Okay, that doesn't. None of the rest of that looks particularly interesting. What do the tubular bells sound like? This could actually work. Tubular bells might be our way. So. Yeah, that's not quite what I want. I don't know. I'm kind of. What do we want to do here? It's like what I did before, though. So. Something like that could work. Maybe I do a different key, though. So what if I did... Or something like... That's a little high. I like that idea. But maybe a different starting position. Because I want it to be like a little bit more of a jump up. I don't know. We should do, maybe the bells don't do like the full arpeggio and they just do something like that, where it, so it would be like D to, it would just be A flat, I guess. Or like I kind of like that. That sounds like a cool sound. So we're kind of, you know, we're not strictly sticking to the to like the melodic material, but we're sticking to the harmonic material, and that like is what gives us our well, like we've got the same general structure of this like major chord to like a chord that's a tritone away, and we're just generally outlining that. So I also want to get that chugga chugga business in here. So what's a good way? What's a good way to get chugga chugga in here? I also don't want to make it too long, right? It's a jingle too, so we kind of want to keep it simple. So I do want, let's start, well, let's just start there, because that's the first idea we have. So and that's, that's another principle that, to kind of embrace, and sort of like, a principle that I learned early on is like to not judge your whenever you're creating something, whether it's music or any kind of art, or even just like writing something. You don't want to judge your first draft too quickly. You kind of want to just get something out on the page and then tweak it as you go. So like if we don't end up liking this or using it, we can always get rid of it. Like we can always just click delete. But let's not spend an hour like waffling about trying to be like, oh, is this the right sound, or how about this? I like this. So this seems like a good foundation for us to work off of. So we're just gonna do that. So let's get our what's a good tempo? That's actually a pretty good train tempo if you think about the chugga 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 chugga. So it's a little faster than what I've been how I've been playing that melody, but I think that's a good good thing for us to do. So we'll do that. So that was pretty bad performance-wise. Another thing that I haven't mentioned yet, and yet another reason why it's kind of taken me so long to do this do the music stream stuff, is because another thing is janky about this setup is it forces me to fight my I'm fighting stream delay. I'm fighting because currently I'm monitoring the stream audio the way I normally do by hearing basically what you guys hear. Like I'm listening to the audio output as it is through OBS. But what that means is that when I'm recording, there's me playing the keyboard, there's my laptop registering that sound, then there's my laptop sending that audio signal to my capture card, my capture card sending the audio signal to my computer throwing that in OBS, and then OBS sending me and then my computer sending me the sound that OBS is monitoring. There's latency involved in that, and so performing something live when I'm listening to what OBS is telling me I'm hearing, it means that there's going to be some delay in the audio feedback, and that's going to hinder my ability to perform stuff accurately and in real time. Fortunately, quantization can save us in a lot of ways, but it is another limitation that was a reason why I kind of was humming and hawing about this for a while. I do like that though. Maybe just get this a little bit more aggressive of an attack. I almost want to just like, can I just copy paste? We just where's that? There it is. I just want to see real quick if this sounds really bad or really good. That actually sounds better, I think, so we're just going to do that. And we could even extend that if we want, right? We could do like a full 4 measures. Actually, you know what we're going to do? I think 3 measures is what we want, because I'm also wanting to, again, make it meaningfully different from the rate jingle. So the rate jingle goes just 2 measures and then hits a final note. Yeah, and then we'll do like maybe one final note there. Nah, that's not quite right. But what if we did just copy this? And then that sounds great. Just do that. Yeah, I think that sounds pretty good. I like that as our foundation. So I'm trying to think about what our chugga chugga is gonna sound like, because I am hearing like a chugga chugga. What if with the chugga chugga is just like purely percussion? Maybe that's the solution. Something like a shaker. Where do we have? Where could we find a shaker? If I were a shaker, where would I be? A percussion coffee shop. Let's try a coffee shop again. See what coffee shop gets us. So how are we doing on time? 14 minutes to our next ad break. We could probably finish this before the ad break if we're really, really fast. What is shakere? What is that? B for? It's the wrong B. I don't really like that. I don't like that. At least not for this. It's not quite right. Stomps? What are stomps? Yeah, that's a little too like bluegrass for what we're doing here. Could be promising in the right context, but we need something a little bit more industrial sounding. Is these chimes what are these chimes? I think those are the ones that we used for whatever you called it. We called it Kabasa might be here. Good though. I just want a real like standard shaker sound though. Let's just go Latin. That's even, I can barely hear those at all. Snaps. Okay, West Side Story. What do we got here? What can we do? Studio. What does studio give us? How do we get a chugga chugga going? What do we want for our chugga chugga? We don't need a chugga chugga. I'm just trying to think of like musical inspiration here. It's like thematic. What I am hearing, because since we're stuck on the chugga chugga, we'll just write what I'm hearing. What I'm hearing is right here. Whistle. Woo woo. Done. So what can we do for woo woo? We also might need to get a little more creative than this. Like sound samples might not get us all the way to like my creative vision here. So I might just need to kind of invent some sounds. And again, yet another limitation of what we're doing here. Normally I could use like a microphone to like actually record stuff. Like I've recorded sax on one of the tracks that I've written for this music or for stream. We can't do that here because the microphone that I use to record sax and the microphone that I use to speak into for the stream is the same microphone. So it's like, and I haven't set it up so that it can do both purposes in a meaningful way. So and we're not doing that tonight. So anything that would require saxophone or like live performance stuff would be just straight out. But it wouldn't be a bad idea for me to just do like literally just go woo woo, record that and like throw a bunch of vocal effects on it and see where we go. I don't really know how to do that sort of stuff, but it could be it could be a fun experiment. So it's that could be an option for sure. But let's see if there's anything else that we can at least use as like placeholders. Latin plus, what is that? What was that I just heard? Not a bad placeholder for Chugga Chugga. We'll throw it in for now. I'm not sold on it, but we'll just do it. What's up? Ron likes. How are you doing? Welcome in. We are writing some music for stream. We are writing some jingles. So right now I'm writing a jingle for the alerts. Yeah, I don't think I am actually. So if you're welcome to stick around and hang out and listen to the be along for the ride as we write some music for the hype train alert if you want. So but what we are doing is going to be I just threw this together. I'm not super sold on the use of this Kabasa, but we'll see what it gives us and see if it's worthwhile. I need to quantize this. Okay, I don't know if I love that, but it's at least a good placeholder until we find something better. What else can we do? So I think we need to make this a little more chaotic. So let's add some more like percussion, or like heavy mallet instruments and see what we can do. I wonder, what does glass marimba hard sound like? Oh wait, what have we done? Where was that? That was Latin plus, I think. Yeah, let me just I don't know if that's gonna be. I don't know if that's any qualitatively different than the I don't know if that's any like meaningfully different from Latin, but it's the sound we found, and I think that we'll just stick with it. Also, just like for regularity, I'm just gonna like throw a repeat on this, and then Yeah, that works. Okay. What? So now, okay, create a new track. So we create a new track. What do we need for? There's a couple things that we need because we generally the goal is to make this a little bit more of a raucous experience, right? This is a train. This is a train that is coming, and it's about to hit us with generosity. So we need to make sure that we have something, of substance going on here. Like we don't want just like the light instrumentation like we had for like the other ones. So I want some more raucous percussion, and I want some more raucous just like mallet instruments. Oh, we were gonna try out. What were we gonna try out? We're gonna try out glass marimba and see if that was cool. That's a little too light for what we're going for. We need something more aggressive. Orchestral percussion. Could be good. We could just like double. We could also do it's a little light, but it also adds some color. Oh, maybe some timpani. So if the main melody is, then we have I don't know what, that doesn't quite work. That one, I think that'll work. It's a little light, but with some good mixing, I think we could make that sound nice with what we have. So let's do that. Okay, and then I think we'll just I'm gonna do what I did with the other ones, where we just like take the first 4 notes and repeat it, just so I like it sounds consistent, and I'm not like doing like I'm gonna like tweak every individual note. Okay, and then I just need to quantize this. This is gonna be every quarter note. So notice what I did is I basically like we've got this kept the same kind of general motif. Let me just listen to it to make sure it works first. Yeah, I think the shaker's starting to sound like even more out of place now, because it kind of like, again, we just need something that's a little more aggressive, but again, for a placeholder it'll work. And then we'll see if we can find something that kind of fixes that problem. So just a real quick blurb on like what I did there. So like our main melody, if you can call it that, is like this like quick 8th note. It's pretty aggressive, I think. Okay, all right. You mean the shaker? The shaker kind of works for aggressive. If that's good feedback. Because if I don't have to go hunting for something else, I don't want to. So for just to kind of really quickly recap what we've done. We started with this bell, like, well, I won't call it a melody, but just like this motif, this bell motif. That's just this like 8th note, like, or like, I'll just play it on the bells here, right? We have this. That's oscillating between these two like chord outlines, essentially, in 8th notes. And so we did basically a similar shape with the timpani, but like slowed it down and chose some different notes that sound a little bit more like timpani-esque, to create kind of its own little counter melody that also broadens the sound by having something that's a little bit slower. And and just like add some depth. So we got an ad break coming up. We're going to go on an ad break, and then we're going to see what other nonsense we can add to this to make it sound like a train. All right, see you in a bit. All right, we're back. I think I did some thinking over the ad break, as I often do. One of the things I like about the ad breaks, and it's I find it to be a rule with creative work in general, is sometimes stepping away and kind of like reflecting on what it is that you're actually looking for can bring so much needed clarity. I think there's some things that we need to change here. One is I think that it's far too long. I think we do just need to keep it to like the to this like 2-measure bit, because again, trying to think about like these are jingles, these are like alerts that are happening in real time. I don't want these like really super long drawn out things kind of like interrupting the flow of the stream. Like it should just be like a brief little interruption to be like, hey, this thing is happening. And so with that in mind, I think that's plenty of musical content there to kind of like get the idea. And it is very aggressive, and I'm trying to again I think I'm getting lost too much in the plot of like, oh, this is like a train thing that we're doing, and like trying to remember just like, oh, this is also like a happy thing. Like this is something that is we're talking about gifts, subs getting gifted here. So like or lots of people subbing here. So it's something that generally you would want to have like be a pleasant experience. With that in mind, I think what we'll need, what we want is another like some kind of like rapid arpeggio type of thing. So something like that sounds pleasant. I think woodblock would be a good addition to this, but not what I'm looking for right now. What I'm looking for is something like maybe something like that. What were we toying with before? And I was like, oh, maybe glockenspiel, something like glockenspiel. So what can we do here with this? If we're going between D major and A flat. Is that too triply for what we're going for? Does that sound too much like the other thing? Maybe not. Maybe that kind of works as a sound. It makes it a little bit more. We could also do like happy toot toot. What like a yeah. What can we do for like a happy toot toot? I do kind of like that sound, so I'm just gonna put this in for now, and then if we don't like it, we can get rid of it. All right, so let's grab, and then well, I'm gonna quantize this as we can do triplets, yeah. I guess half note triplets. Oh, that's not it at all. What have we done? Eighth note triplets, I guess. Yeah, that's what we need. Yeah, I don't know why I was thinking half note triplets. So if we do that, loop it, what do we get? It kind of works. I don't know if I love it, and like I'm also like not particularly in love with the timpani. I think that like the timpani kind of like makes it pretty aggressive. So we'll see how we feel about that. Happy toot toot for the train. Yeah. Yeah, the thing is like with the toot toot, yeah, because I want the little I want like I was thinking like a woo woo effect, but I don't know if there's gonna be a sound sample in here that's gonna be good for that. So I was thinking of maybe just like recording my voice doing something and then throwing a bunch of like effects on it and making it sound like not my voice. So, but I think let's just listen to this again. Yeah, I feel like the timpani is kind of the thing that stands out like a sore thumb here. But it's not a bad jingle. It's not a bad like spot. I think here's one thing I do want to try. I think there's one more piece that we could add to like flesh this out and make it a little bit more I don't know, a little bit more something. And I think we add a glockenspiel here. Ooh, also, should I is there anything in here that's like no, not glockenspiel, a woodblock? Ooh, a ratchet. Ooh, ratchet. Aha. Oh, that's a boring, like, pentatonic scale. No, we want something. That could work. I don't know if I love it, but we'll try it. We'll just throw it in there. Why not? We're experimenting. I don't know if the pitches work though. Yeah, even with the out of the timing, it just kind of that just kind of sucks. I don't like that at all. I would think we'll skip the wood block. I was thinking, but ratchet though. What if we did something like that? Like a... That's kind of dumb, but I also kind of like it. Let me just throw it in there. I'm not gonna lie, I actually think that's really funny. It's a little too loud. I think I'm just gonna like make it the one. I guess it would be that, and then we could just do like that, and then bring that velocity way down so it's not as aggressive. And then just loop it. Maybe a little bit more on the oh my goodness, what have I done? Oh no, I've done it bad. Something like maybe that 43. That's a little too aggressive. Maybe 38, 37, sure. I think I can. Yeah, it's just like, it's like a Thomas the Tank Engine, but like the final boss. Yeah, it's this is getting it's a little bit chaotic, but I kind of still like it, so I think we're gonna keep going here. They also, like, you know, I'm not necessarily committed to part of the creative process, right? Because we're like, you know, we're creating in real time, and like sometimes, you know, not everything we create are bangers. Like, I think so far we've had 2 things that like we've latched onto pretty quickly that I thought would, you know, that I really like, and I think we're definitely going to use. But there are times when you write something and then you get to the end of it and you're like, yeah, no, this actually isn't at all what I wanted. And so, you know, that's well within the realm of possibility. We might finish. We're just gonna, because we've like come so far, we're just gonna finish this. We're gonna get it to a point where it's like, okay, it's complete, and then like, you know, maybe I'll like take the evening and like come back to it tomorrow and be like, do I want to use this or do I not? Because, you know, it's so much fun. This is so much fun. Like, you like this. You think this is a good one? That ratchet's still a little too aggressive though. Let me just bring it down a bit more. That's better. If you like it, then that's good feedback, because we'll you know, yes, but also the process. Yeah. So it's, you know, the process is about, like, you know, part of, you know, the process that you know, I'm holding myself to, of like, okay, we don't spend hours and days and months trying to get the exact right sound. We just create something and then see if it works or not, right? That means that every once in a while you're gonna have a stinker. Every once in a while you're gonna create something and be like, yeah, no, actually, this isn't what I wanted at all. And that's okay. That's part of the process too. So like if we get to the end of the night and I decide, actually, no, all of these are trash. I'm throwing all of them in the garbage and we're never touching them again. That's okay. That's still a win because we created, because we spent this evening making some stuff and making an effort to do something, to produce art and put it out into the universe. And that's a worthwhile endeavor, even if these end up not actually becoming the real jingles. And if they don't, then we'll just do another night like this, or I'll do it off stream, and we'll do more of that. But part of the goal of this, incorporating music creation and music composition into the streams is to give myself the excuse, or I guess rather take away the excuse of, oh, well, I don't actually, it's not quite what I want, so I'm not going to do it, or I'm not going to put it. Like we just got to create, the goal of this is to kind of hold myself to the line and just be like, okay, we're just gonna create some stuff, and maybe some of it will be good and maybe some of it won't be, but that's not what we're here to judge right now. We're not here to judge whether or not this is perfect for a final product. We're here to create spontaneously in real time and see where it takes us, because sometimes it might just take us somewhere we didn't expect. Let's take another listen and see what we need. Every time I listen to the ratchet, like, jump scares me. It's like just a little bit too aggressive still. Okay, that sounds better for the ratchet, but that's like the fourth time I've said that. So we're gonna see if that's actually better for the ratchet. Now, what does it need? Does it need anything, I guess, is the question. Because we've already got quite a bit going on here. And the goal is not to like over flood it with stuff. Like, I think, hopefully it's become clear by now that I sort of have like a minimalist approach when it comes to this. Not in the sense of like the like minimalist classical music, but in the sense of like kind of only adding what's absolutely necessary, and not just like, I'm not writing a whole orchestral track just because I can. Like, it's, we're being like, okay, we're going to start with one instrument. What's the next color that it needs? What's the next additional complement that needs to happen here? And just sort of like, adding until it sounds like something that's complete enough. It sounds like something that's represents all of the necessary melodic, harmonic, rhythmic, timbral, like, elements that it needs to. And once it's gotten to that point, then we're done. We don't need to keep adding stuff just to feel like we, adding more instruments doesn't necessarily make it better. Like, keeping it simple, keeping it just sort of like reduced down to like its essence, and it's like the exact things that it needs to feel full and no more is our goal here. So with that in mind, let's just listen to it a couple more times. See, is there anything that it needs? I don't know. I don't think it does. I'm going to listen to it a couple more times, but it sounds pretty complete. Maybe the only other thing that we could add is like maybe one more percussion layer to kind of get it just a little bit more mechanical sounding, something to kind of like offset the ratchet, right? I think the ratchet's the right move, where it's getting us this like this engine sounding thing, right? So maybe we get one more bit that's kind of like that. And the glockenspiel kind of fills that the glockenspiel is kind of doing double duty with like making it being like a harmonic support, a melodic support, but also like a timbral support. It's creating that, and timbre meaning like the sounds of different instruments, like the quality of the sounds, like the glockenspiel being like this bell like sound as opposed to like the deep pounding sound of the timpani, that sort of thing. So I think glockenspiel is doing double duty, where it's kind of adding to that sort of mechanical vibe. Like it's very percussive in what it's adding, but it's also serving a harmonic melodic function as well. But I think maybe one more thing that could be, it'd be nice to have one more thing that that adds like a purely or mostly percussive element. And I kind of want to revisit the possibility of anvil. That's kind of where I'm headed. Where was it? Where we were orchestral percussion, right? Orchestral percussion. Orchestral kit. What is that? A slit drum. I don't even know what a slit drum is. I promise I have a music degree, guys. I have a master's in music, believe it or not. Whip. I don't know if Whip, a GarageBand. So this is Logic Pro. This isn't GarageBand. But it might have a VibraSlap. A VibraSlap might be the right move here. Whip, it kind of fills the same vibe. The same hole that VibraSlap does. A didgeridoo is a pretty out there call, but it would be worth experimenting with. So we'll give that a try in a second. I do want to see. Whip would be a good complement to our ratchet. I don't know if I love the implications of Whip, because it's giving like railroad worker vibes almost now. But musically, I think it does fit the niche we're looking for, but thematically, I think I have to stay clear from it on principle. What if I just did like... What if we just like... Eighth notes might be too much, but what if we did something like... Ooh, that kind of works. What if we like just like a simple like this? And then we'll just do our special, our classic, shorten this, and then loop it, and then copy paste, grab just the first note, as soon as we figure out how to unwind this there, and then those go bye-bye. And I need to quantize it too. Hold on. That's what I've forgotten to do. We're still doing eighth note triplets. That's not what I want either. There. You can barely hear it. I think this is also slightly out of time. In fact, what I'm going to do here... Oh, what the heck? Oh, what have we done? What has happened? Holy cow, dude. That's actually way easier to view. I don't know why I had it like so far. I don't know why I had it so far zoomed out this whole time, because it's way easier to view it. It's just like this. All right, now that we have the quantized one, hopefully this will be on time. That sounds like it's something sounds like it's late. Oh, it's the freaking this. Why is that late? That shouldn't be late. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Did I forget? Did I not quantize this? No, this looks pretty quantized to me. So what have I done? Is it just because of, I don't know. Maybe it's not late. Maybe I'm crazy. Yeah. So I think that works actually. I think that's that. So and so if you know, I haven't really commented on it, or I guess I commented on it briefly, but like you'll notice every single thing in this, you know, every single layer I've added, I've done something slightly different rhythmically, right? With the orchestral kit, we just had like these like just straight eighth note things, right? Right, and then with the I guess this is also just straight eighth notes, but this this gives us our like necessary rhythmic underpinning. The timpani, we elongated to quarter notes, and then the glockenspiel we did triplets to kind of like have this 2 against 3 sort of like rhythmic dissonance. Then the orchestral kit, or the well, I'll name these correctly now. This was ratchet, and then this was anvil, and then this is bells. All these bells. Okay, yeah. And so with the ratchet, right? It's just like a quarter note thing, but it's like a half notes, but it's like on the offbeat. So to kind of like give it something that is not everything is just like landing on one. We don't just have like everything pounding on the downbeat, but we have something that's kind of like giving us an offbeat to kind of keep things moving forward. Which doesn't sound super great with no context, but it's just, it's hitting something that's not one, which is important to kind of keep motion moving. And then with this, we did something that's almost the straight eight, like constant eighth notes, but it's we just dropped an eighth note, and so instead of this like constant eighth note thing, it's just sort of this like ding 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 ding. Right, which by itself is not a super interesting rhythmic idea, but in the context of the whole gives just like a slight bit of contrast, right? There, you don't have every instrument happening on every beat all the time. We have certain instruments happening on some beats and not others, and then you layer those on top of each other, and then you kind of have this thing that sounds more full because there's like a lot of different simultaneous things happening that all kind of have their own independent melody, if you can consider that. Obviously, like 3 anvil hits is not like a super interesting melody, but it is, if you think about it melodically, if you try to think about each instrument as having its own sort of like melodic bent, then you just can think of the whole thing as you're creating tiny little micro melodies and then layering them on top of each other to create some larger piece that's bigger than the sum of its parts. So that's just some insight into kind of my approach here. So let's give this another listen. That sounds pretty good. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even know if I really need to mix too much on that. Like that could work. That could certainly work. I'm gonna sleep on it. I don't know if I'm gonna end up using it. We might try to change it up, but I don't know. I probably will. Probably what I'm gonna do is I'm probably just gonna use it. I'm gonna throw it up there, and then at some point later, if I decide, I kind of want to do something different, which eventually, eventually I think what it would be cool would be to have multiple alerts. So one of the things we can do is actually have multiple alerts that are randomized for any one thing. And so like not, each individual action has its own alert, and each individual action actually has its own pool of different alerts that it can pull from randomly. So, eventually we could get to a point where we have, hype train pulls out one of 3 to 5 different alerts that are all like unique musically, but maybe have kind of like a similar like core idea. So I think, let me just listen to it a couple more times here. And one more time. Yeah, I think I like that. I like it. I think we're gonna keep it. So that I think that's gonna be our new hype train alert. Not that we ever had a we've technically had a hype train, but we've never had one on stream. So we've never had the opportunity to actually hear that. But you know, maybe someday. Maybe someday we will have that opportunity. When we do, we will be ready. And by ready I mean I will hear that this monstrosity that we've concocted. And I will freeze like a deer in the headlights because I have no idea what could have possibly generated that sort of sound. And then I will slowly recall, oh yes, that is our hype train sound. A hype train is happening. So I think that's gonna be what we do with that. So that's our move there. So we've actually gotten through. We're actually making really good time. I was kind of expecting to spend like an hour on each one. So far we've gotten through 3 of our 4 things that I had goals for. So speaking of goals, the last one is 4 goals, which so we're, you know, when we meet like follower goals or sub goals or things like that, which I haven't made super use of, but Twitch keeps auto setting them for me, so I keep automatically meeting goals every once in a while. Right now, I think that the theme is just the same as our raid alert, so I'm gonna make it something different. And so this, I think I've saved this. I'm going to take the sounds like a lyric. I will recall, oh yes, there is a hype train happening. Kind of does sound like a lyric, yeah. That's funny. All right, I'm gonna take the screen or the screen down one more time while I quickly change files. And what have I done? Oh, I've messed up everything. Please return. New. Creating this. Goals alert. All right. Oh, and I need to full screen this here. Okay. I don't really know what we want to do with this one. And my mic stand's also interfering with my chair, trying to scooch in here. Okay. I don't really have an idea here for what we're gonna do. So let's do what we've been doing and kind of just recycle, right? We don't need to create a brand new melody here. We just need to revisit existing material and see what can we repurpose. What can we do to expand our existing motivic catalog? Well, let's start by thinking just thematically what the goals represent, right? The goals represent some kind of like special milestone. So I almost want to go back to our little follower jingle. But again, kind of like similar to what we did with the bits, make it like, you know, make it not just another rendition of this, but maybe something like I do really like this like da 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 like that. It's a really strong melodic idea that has a lot of potential. So what if we did something like something like that? Yeah, that could work. So that might be a little too like chromatic than for what I'm looking for, but let's just see what we got. So we can do. It's not bad. I think I kind of want something that feels like an arrival, because right, like I'm not against having something that like has a bit of like not everything has to land on one, and most of what we've done today has not landed on one, right? If you even think about like the follower jingle, we're actually we're starting in home base, we're starting on our 1 D major, and then we're landing on C major, the flat 7. So we're kind of like leaving it in the state of suspense of like, if you want to think about it thematically, the follower has begun their journey at the GoodBerean experience, and who knows where it'll lead, right? And then in a similar fashion, we have kind of this, I guess the bits and the subs don't quite fall into that same paradigm, right? So with the subs we had, right? So that does lead home. That starts from far away. That starts on our flat 6, and then goes up to flat 7, and then lands on the one that lands back home. So, but that's kind of like a dramatic, rendition of the follower theme, if you will. Like it's a dramatic, like, oh, we've done something really cool here. We've subbed. Yeah, go us. Subbing. And then, with the bits, we did have something that like left off. What key did I do this in? It was in G major, I think. And then we did, so for the bits, it was something like, oh my goodness. And we did the opposite of what we just did with the subs, where we actually descended 1 flat 7 flat 6. So we land again in this state of like not sure where this goes, not sure where we go from here. So all that to say, I'm not opposed to ending like that, and I think there's actually some really cool like musical opportunities that come from being okay with just leaving it in this state of non-resolution. That said, if we're trying to think about this like thematically, the goal, if we're reaching a goal, we kind of want that to be final sounding, right? We want that to kind of like land back home. But I also don't want to just do another, I don't want to just do another like walk up, like, because as much as I love a good old flat 7 flat, or flat 6 flat 7 1, we can't just like use that every time. Like that can't just be our go-to. That's because it's pretty pretty well worn. It's pretty common. There's a lot of, it leaves a lot of potential on the table if our go-to is just doing that. So what could we do differently? Well, one thing that comes to mind immediately is like a flat 2 to 1 situation. And maybe we do leave it. Do we do G major, or do we stay in D major like we've been doing, or do we go somewhere else? What if we did A major? Because that sounds like, A major kind of has this vibe, if D major is sort of like the beginning of the journey with the followers, then A major, the 5th of D, kind of is like this, oh, we've gone to new territory, right? We're kind of like advancing forward. It's moving up in the circle, it's moving up a 5th, upwards and onwards. We've reached a new destination. and I don't necessarily always like think about it this think about the theme this like in trend, like think about everything as like trying to have some sort of like hidden meaning. But I think, if we're looking for inspiration, if we're looking for a place to start, that you kind of just have to start with like the material habits, like, sort of with the type train thing, right? Where it's like, okay, well, I want it to sound like it's some form of like aggressive attack, and I want it to sound like a train. So, and like, obviously hype train, like there's a connection there. And so like, this is kind of the secret. This is my little secret. If you're doing any sort of creative work and you're looking for the secret for inspiration, my secret is you just look to what you already have and you grasp for anything, right? So I'm not going to overly fixate on being like, oh, it has to be like this super precise meaning, and we have to find the exact key that is perfect to incorporate the concept of the arriving at a goal, arriving at a new destination. It's like, no, we just kind of have, I'm just thinking out loud and exploring options and thinking like, how can I use different like thematic ideas, different things about like what this theme is this music is supposed to represent, to kind of guide my creative choices. And so we get to a point of like, okay, kind of like the idea of doing like a new key, kind of like the idea of arriving at like a home chord, and then not having to feel like I need to overthink that beyond that bit. We can just say like, okay, that's what it's, that's a good direction to go, and that's what we're doing now. We've now committed to doing it that way. And I know I still am on the electric keyboard is just what comes up by default. So we're just gonna like chill here while we explore some options. So I do kind of like this idea of like flat 2 to 1, this like B flat to A. Wonder if we could extend that, do like a downwards from C. That could work. Maybe we did something like, so we could do something. I do like that. If I wanted to get really, really picky about the thematic element of it, I kind of want to start on a far away chord. What if we started on a flat 6 on the F? We could get to, we could also start. We could start on the G, going down to F and then up to C. I don't know if I love the F to C jump. And I'm just exploring like harmonic possibilities right now. We haven't gotten like a melody per se, but we're getting there. We're getting there. Yo, what's up, Shogun? Good to see you. We are writing some music today. So we've actually hooked up 3 themes already for some of the different alerts that I've been wanting to write some music for. And we're on our last one of the night, which is the reaching a new goal, like a new stream goal alert. So that's kind of what we're exploring right now, is some possibilities for what we can do with that. But good to see you. What's going on with you? How's everything? I think so. So I've got some harmonica possibilities. I'm not super sold on it, but I think it's a good start. Let's get an instrument in here that we want. Because it's a goal, I want to have something that feels like a little bit more triumphant. So something that's not quite as like warm and soothing as the piano that we used for the follower theme and the sub theme. Something that's a little bit more aggressive, but like in a triumphant way. Obviously brass come to mind. Brass is kind of a difficult thing to negotiate in this like with the sound samples we have. The brass samples are not great. We were kind of pushing our luck with the strings as it is. Brass is going to be a little bit harder to find like a good sample for that I'm gonna actually like appreciate and enjoy. So I'm trying to think, maybe we go synth here. Maybe that's our move. Get a cool like synth sound, like a nice strong synth sound. And unfortunately, this is where all of these are where all the sound samples is. We have like 800 synths. I'm doing great. I'm like improving Theater Popcorn's Discord server and recording some vids on my YouTube channel. Just GD level completions. Nice, very cool. Glad you're glad Theater Popcorn's got you hard at work on the Discord stuff, and hope that's going well. And then the vids as well. Cool. Awesome. Have you had any good victories like the one that you sent in our Discord the other day? Any more fun like wins on hard levels like that? All right, let's see. Let's just crank through some of these sounds. Nope, that's not it. Nope. Close, but not quite. I'm wanting a little something more like something kind of like sawtooth wave almost. No, a little too tame. Nah, a little weird. Like I don't need to say anything more than that. It's just weird. A lot of these are gonna be weird. But if we look, closer to what we're looking for, but that's not quite right. Nope. I'm just doing this like little melodic idea to give me the idea. Not necessarily committed to this melodic idea. We're just playing around. Close, maybe without the pitch bend. We'll come back to that. Dreamy Smooth Vox. Everyone remember Dreamy Smooth Vox. It's like a good backup. Yeah, it's a little too 80s. We don't want that. Close. If I could get something that's maybe like a little bit more aggressive. I kind of like that idea. Like, that's on the right track. Nope. Oh yeah, that's okay. I'll let that one through. You have two of them, not quite as hard, but they're fun to watch. One that I uploaded already called Every Day, and the other one called I'm Working. Oh, and you're nice. You're working on one. Very cool. Very cool. Yeah, they take a lot of time. Yeah, I bet they take a lot of time. Like, yeah, the one that I watched the other day, like, seemed like it was pretty intense. Like, you know, and again, I'm not a Geometry Dash player, so I don't necessarily have the context of like what, you know, sort of stuff is like easy to do in that game, but it certainly looked very, very tight and very unforgiving. So good job on that. Let's see what else we got here. Well, I guess the gamer organ's not bad, but it's definitely not that. Maybe without the reverb. That's closer to what I want. I'm wanting something that's like just an aggressive lead synth. You'll be working on your vids while lurking? Okay, well, appreciate the lurk. You know, always love a lurk. And glad that you're wanting to just pop in and hang out while you work on vids. Yeah, I like to lurk while I'm doing other stuff all the time, so totally get it. No, we don't want that. Want that. I mean, like, you popped in just in time for me to like stop doing all of the I've been talking through like my whole compositional process and all of this stuff, and now you just got me here just in time for me to be just like searching through 800 different like sounds for the exact one that I want. No, that's not it either. No. It's not a good. The problem is there's other synth libraries too. Like there's other places I can go for synths. This might not even be our one-stop shop. No. That's not bad. But I want something that's a little less percussive and a little bit more melodic. Hope everyone's having fun listening to the same melodic idea over 100 different sounds. Nope. Nope. You know, that's the kind of the risk of doing something like this. Is like sometimes you just gotta go hunting around for stuff. No. That kind of reminds me of like Pac-Man World 2, like the forest level. It's got that same kind of. Yeah, time warp sense is a little too time warped. That's not really what I want either. Or piano. Nope. And obviously, like I could like toy around with like throwing a bunch of different effects on stuff, but it's I don't know, it's a challenge. Well, because I don't know, that's like its own adventure to explore. We're the goal, you know, we have a pretty clearly defined goal of like we're trying to get these 4 jingles done today, so I don't want to get lost in. That's close to what we want. That's really aggressive. Nope. I'm just dope it out of that. Ooh, this might be what we want. Yeah. Wait, let's check. So check this. Oh, it's a lead, so I can't even do harmony with it. So we could do like. Let me just like throw something up so I don't forget about this. I'm just gonna like record something random. And then get a pad out here. So let's find a good pad for this. Maybe pad's not even what we want. Maybe we just want because we don't want something that's too ambient. We just want like chords. I don't know if EDM chord is what we want, but no, definitely not. Classics. So we want, let me just see if we can find a good chord sounding one. Nope. No. I want something that's a little bit more. Nope. Something that's a little bit more like aggressive, like the lead is. Like if I could just harmonize with that exact same sound, like that exact same effect, then that was kind of what I would want. Yeah, that's the one we want, for sure. Nope. Nothing with the... It's not even like the notes I'm playing, dog. It's not bad. The oscillator's kind of making it weird though. Ooh. I actually might want to just use this the whole way. It's not a bad sound. What if we did something like that? Like a... It's not bad. Oh, I changed the thing again. What's up, Scratchy? Welcome in. How are you doing today? We're writing some music, so we're working on some different alert jingles that I've been wanting to write for a while now. So far, we have written an alert jingle for our subscribing, for giving bits, and for a hype train. And we are working on the last one of the night, which is the reaching a new goal for the stream. And I'm experimenting with, or like a stream goal, like a follower goal or a sub goal, stuff like that. And I'm experimenting with different sounds to see what I should have just, you know, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna copy. Isn't there one for? There should be like a copy. Or I think it's this one, right? Just duplicate. Yeah, new track with duplicate settings. That's exactly what I want. But yeah, so what we're doing. I invited Peter Gabriel for T. Oh, is this the Peter Gabriel? Is that what this is? Is this what we've gotten ourselves into? No, what was the one that I had before? I forget what it was. It was like, does anyone remember what it was called that we had over here before I like ruined everything and went away from it? Bah. Tell me you have to find it again. Dreamy something? No, I think Dreamy was like the one that I was like, oh, we'll come back to that if we're good. But then I found one that I liked better, and I was just like, oh, that's it. Was it Liquid Key? It wasn't Liquid Key Synth, was it? Definitely not. It wasn't Plucked Swing Synth, right? No. Well, maybe we'll just keep the maybe we'll just make it the full fourth. Maybe we'll just stick with the full fourth synth anyway, because it is a little aggressive though. So I discovered that I recorded the low detail mode of the level because my laptop didn't handle the entire level. Oh no. Dang, that's a bummer. Oh no, we have an ad break coming in. Just as things were getting tasty. That's all right though. Yeah, okay. Well, we're gonna go on what's probably gonna be the last ad break of the night. I'm gonna so get a little break in, get a little stretch, get a snack, whatever you need, and then we're gonna be back to hopefully finish up
or I guess start our jingle here. So, see you in a bit. I think I may have left the stream unmuted during the entire ad break and then muted on the when I came back, which is what it is, I guess. Welcome. So honestly, I'm surprised I don't do that more. But as is tradition, we've had some with the ad break has come some creative clarity. So a couple of things. The first one, which is actually the thing we're going to address last, which is
I think synth is not our answer here. I think organ is our answer, but we're going to stick with synth because I want to get my melodic ideas out on the table while I can. So I'm actually going to delete this entirely because we don't need it anymore. Delete track. Goodbye. Yep. Goodbye. All right. So first thing that we're going to do is we're just gonna get the melodic ideas out on the table, and then I'll kind of explain my thought process with them. So, that's not. I don't want that. I want. What do I want? That's what I want. Yeah. All right. All right. Let's get that recorded. It's probably gonna be pretty choppy, but it's just gonna just to get it out on the table. I don't want the metronome though. Can we make the metronome not happen? Maybe not. Well, in any case, it needs to be a lot slower. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that'll be better. And then we want something like... Nope. Probably don't even want to use the pedal there. Let me just... Okay. And then that's one thing. And then the second thing is going to be and then it will be what it... Yeah. And then we'll just duplicate this, because I don't actually want to use this for both of them. This is just a placeholder while we figure out the next thing. Yeah. So here, let me break down what I've just done here. So first of all, I'm kind of committing to this chord progression of where it's, because I like, I don't know, because I just like it, and you don't need to have any more reasoning to that than that. But so what you'll notice that I've done with the melody is I've basically just spliced together some of our pre-existing material, and this is where the fun begins, guys, because we've now like laid the groundwork for creating, we've created a couple of different like musical themes, and then we've kind of did some variations of those themes and kind of like extrapolated those themes in sort of unexpected ways, right? So we took the follower theme, and we kind of twisted it to like sort of, kind of twisted it upside down and kind of turned it into this for the bits theme, right? And so now we kind of have what's essentially two themes for the price of one, right? What we took one theme, twisted it a little bit to create a second theme, and now we get to kind of like play with them and like twist them into different contexts and like overlap them. And so I've basically just taken the bits theme and kind of just transposed it into to fit over these chords. So now we have and then we have this like walk down that's basically still the bits theme, right? It's just like this step down bit, but it's instead of jumping back up, it's going to keep going down. So we have this, and it's landing on that tasty E over the B flat. The sharp 4. So to create this just to not to get too music theory on you, but just to create to emphasize Lydian mode. So we just get this nice little landing home, but not before we take that original followers theme, that little, but instead of continuing to go down like we did before, now we're actually reaching upward to somewhere new. So we've got this, so we've got sort of like taking these pre-existing themes, the bits theme and the follower theme, laying them on top of each other, and then twisting them and changing them so that we're actually arriving somewhere new with them. So that's my like thought process behind what just was. And this is the fun part of composing, right? Because like now we've kind of like laid this groundwork, created this different melodic material, and it's going to keep like generating new content for us. It's going to continue to be like, okay, let's just go back to where we were, what we already have, and explore new possibilities with that and see where it leads us. And the more we do that, the more new stuff we're going to generate, the more new like melodic possibilities will be available to us, and then we can continue to just extrapolate and expand on that, and it becomes just sort of infinite, this do loop of now we have new material to play with and continue to grow with that. So that's just kind of like a little insight into like my mentality there. I don't love the synth here though. It's a little, I don't know, it's just not quite what we're looking for. So what I do, so what I want to try is let's pivot to let's actually pivot to an organ sound and see what that gets us. Where's organ? I know we have organs somewhere in here. Pipe organ, possibly. No, we don't want like a classical organ though. We want like a B3. Not that. Something a little bit more. Definitely not that. Closer. No. Maybe that. I don't like the tremolo on that though. Nah, it's a little too muted. I want something power organ. Power chord organ. That's a little too take me out to the ball game though. That's the best one we've got though so far. But it's not quite what we want. And a little too aggressive. Sideman organ. Nope, not it. No. Experimental organs. Church door organ. Without the reverb, that's actually not bad. That's bad. Also, it's like not even registering my like pedaling. Which is annoying. Hello, are you even pedaling here? Come on, dog. No, it's, in any case, that's not what I want. No. Maybe organ's not the answer. Nope. We're close, guys. We're close. We're like... I want a clav. What is a mellotron? Nope, not that. Maybe synth is the answer after all. I feel like classics is the closest that we had. With the full forced synth, but maybe something is just like a little bit less aggressive. Nope. Too chill. Nope. 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 No. That's a cool effect, but it's not what I'm looking for here. I want something a little more in your face. Nope. No. Without the tremolo, it's close. Nah. Do Stranger Things. Whoa. I just want to try this. This is not what we want, but I'm just gonna play this. A lot of sounds like a lot of the video games of my day. Yeah, I mean, like, yeah, there's a lot of like retro, like 8-bit stuff going on in here, but none of it's quite fitting what we're looking for. I want to just try this real quick to see what it sounds like. It's not going to sound like good at all, but I just want to see it. So that sounds really cool, actually. It's not what we want, and I'm not going to do it, but it's a cool effect. Also not what we're going for, but kind of a cool sound in its own right? It's you know, mountain flute. It kind of sounds like you're entering some like cathedral that's like I'm picturing a cathedral inside of like a mountain that's like a snowy peak, right? You like spent like a week climbing this like massive mountain in a blizzard, and then you came across this cave, and inside the cave is this whole cathedral, and you enter it and you just hear right. That's the vibe I'm getting, but that's not quite what we're going for, but it is a cool sound. Nope. Oh, no. Nope. And then this is, what is this? And it's like taking time. It's time to like change there for some reason. Oxide haze. Oh. Can we just have like normal synth sounds, please? Can I just like get like, you know? I literally just want like a. What do I want? The sound I'm picturing something like very specific in my head, and it's like the kind of sound that's in quantum grains. I kind of want to try this with just the. It's really nasty. What's the sound I'm picturing though? It's like it's Israel Houghton is what it is. It's like the kinds of synth that they have in it, like like Israel and the New Breed. That's what I want. I don't know where to find that. And this is feeling like it's getting further and further from our goal. Maybe that's what classic means. Maybe we just need to find something that's a little bit better. Ooh, what about this? Ooh, that's the closest yet. Oh, we might get that. Might be what we go with. The only problem is it doesn't. What happened with my pedaling, dude? I wonder. Like it, like. That works. Yeah, right. This is the sound for sure. It's not Israel and the New Breed, but it'll do, Donkey. This is the kind of sound that we're looking for. So, because it's a nice clean like organ sound. It doesn't have too much like tremolo or extraneous nonsense. It's just a nice clear sound. Powerful, full, and it's also just like gives this sense of like victory and like we've arrived. But now I just gotta get the pedaling down. The problem is I don't usually do it with this like. Doing it, I have to like wait before I pedal, and I normally don't have to do that. So, so yeah, let's get rid of. Oh, and then I guess this is the same thing that we want, right? So we'll just duplicate. I don't really know what we want to do with the. I think we want a different instrument for the do. Maybe do we want the? Is that the sound? Is that the melody you want? That's too circus. I almost want like that. Almost sounds better. So, I think we might go with that instead of like the. Even though this like does borrow more from the original theme, I just again going back to like what I said at the very beginning. Ear is king, right? So like in my theory brain, I'm like, ooh, we'll take the this theme and then lay it on top of the follower theme. But if I'm honest, I don't really hear this coming at the end. What I hear coming at the end is, which is kind of another permutation of the bits theme. So I kind of want a different name for it than the bits theme, because it really doesn't say, it doesn't really scream bits, but it's but it is what I hear coming next. So I think we're gonna go with that instead, and we're gonna do like a different instrument for that, like I don't know yet, but we'll figure something out. But I think what we're gonna do, let's just delete this. delete this, duplicate, and then what's our tempo like? Oh, I need to put this back on. Okay, so let's do. Nope, that wasn't it. Hold on. That was probably the best I could have performed that. I don't know if I can do that any better. That's what I did. The problem is the pedaling is not great. How did I screw up the beginning though? What? Hold on. Oh, it's because it's like right at. Let's just quantize this baby. Let's just quantize everything. So I guess eighth notes. Yeah. Wow. 1 week of hold on. Scratchy, thank you so much for the 1 week of watch streak. Yeah. Oh yes. The tapping is the mute. The tapping is not part of the music. It's the metronome. So there's like a built-in metronome. So you don't actually have you in the in the final version. You just hear this bit. So you wouldn't actually hear the tapping, but the tapping is just there to help me stay on time as I record it. But yeah, thank you so much for the 7 stream streak. That's awesome. All right, and so let's see now. We have about half an hour left. We still got some work to do on this thing, because not the least of which is moving that. So part of the problem with the quantization is that it is which again, for those that are not, in case you don't know, you're just joining us, quantizing basically is just meaning like I'm using the software to like automatically move the notes, the MIDI data that I've input to like be right on the beats that I'm looking for. But the problem with that is it doesn't quantize the pedaling. So the pedaling is done through this automation. So I wonder if I get creative. I don't know. Because I don't really know what. Oh shoot! What have I done? I don't know what that. I don't know what I just did there. What I want to do is like see if I can move this over. It doesn't seem like it's letting me do that, which is really weird. Oh, that's just note velocity. Can I see sustain? Yeah, that's what we want. Because we want this to be moved over so that it doesn't. Basically, we want to make this so that like this doesn't sustain, and then oh my goodness, this is gonna be so painful. Oh frick, what have we done? Oh, that's not what we want either. Can I like what does that sound like? Does that sound bad or good? No, that sounds horrible. What we really want is like, what we really need is like an extra bit here because we need some one that starts. Maybe this gives us what we need. Because what we need to do is this. We need to sustain. When do we need? When do we need to sustain? We need to sustain between the. Let me think about when we actually pedal. We need to. It's like going into this next note here. So it needs to be like right can I like move this guy over? Yeah, and then like just like a bit of a break, but then like starting right there. That's one that needs to happen. Oh, but it needs to start earlier. So like that. That's not right. We also need to like not sustain here. We need to like, unless is this sustain, or is like the high sustain or the mid? It's, yeah, so if it stays up, it's sustaining. So what we need to do is not sustain and then start sustaining right after this note begins. No, but it doesn't like hang on long enough is the problem. Well, what if we can fix that, right? We can just do this. And then yeah, so we'll just the solution is just make this stuff longer. Solution is just make this longer, because then we just yeah, and so this is kind of like, again, the example of like, ideally I could just perform this in real time and like pedal naturally and then not have to mess with any of this, but unfortunately I'm just not good enough at piano to be able to do that, so we have to settle for this instead. And then we just do so that sustains pretty good. So hold on, the sustain there, I don't actually want this to start sustaining there. I want it to start sustaining, like I want it to actually be 0 first. So it's like, holy cow, that's not what I want either. Can I grab the beginning? And yeah, so the first part is is 0. It starts sustaining like there, and then releases like right there. Just after the next note is started, so it feels like it's like connected, but not so much that you actually hear like it overlapping. Like that. Yeah, that's perfect. And now we just do that every time. So we sustain turns immediately off, then immediately on as soon as the second note starts. Right up to the edge of the Goodness. Right up to the edge of, oh, I can't see it, dude. Well, I guess it's telling me what the position is, so that should be good. Listen to that. I feel like we're missing something from there, but that's okay. And that's actually that's correct placement. That's pretty good placement. And then this just needs to get booted over here. Nope, wrong. Is that good? Let's try that. A little too late on that one, so we just need to move this over. Oops. Dude, this UI is killing me, dude. What's up, Mule? Welcome in. We are writing some music for our stream alerts. So this one is going to be our goals alert when we reach a follower goal or a sub goal or something like that. We've written a couple of alerts already today, and we're just trying to wrap up this last one here. So far, I'm liking where we're going. We still have some work to do, some other instruments to explore and figure it out. But that's kind of where we're at with this. So let's listen to what we've got so far. Something seems like it's missing though, like. But maybe not. Maybe. I just want to listen real quick compared to like actually playing it. Oops, wrong. I guess that sounds pretty okay, right? I guess maybe what I got to check is just making sure that the these are like overlapping correct. Make sure that the notes are all getting like correctly over. But also not like so far over that they actually start overlapping with the automation either. Which is the trick. That's the trick. It doesn't have anything it's not supposed to be there, right? It kind of is overlapping there. That is, yeah, so maybe we start maybe the trick is to start the actual sustain later, so that we don't run into an issue with the overlap. There. And then go there. That'll probably do it, yeah. Yeah, what do we think of that? Is this too far? Hold on. Oh, that seems good. Let's give it a listen. All right. Sounds a little robotic, but it's technically correct and it gets the job done. Does it still? Yeah, it's just a little choppy is the problem. It's like all the chords are getting like chopped off. Like when I do that, it sounds smoother than when I. But maybe that's okay. Maybe just, you know, for the sake of like getting the job done. Like it's a little, You know, it's a little rigid, but it's, you know, it does sound like a victory theme, right? It does sound like we've arrived somewhere. So that's kind of the goal. Yeah, and then for this, so we need to find a new sound. What do we need here? So what I'm looking for is this melodic motif. But I don't want organ. I want something else. So maybe another keyboard instrument. I don't want to go down the synth rabbit hole again, but that might be what we need is the synth. The other option is what? Something like a bell, a viola. I think. No, I'm not hearing string there. I'm hearing something that's still a little percussive, like almost like a bell or like a chime. That's kind of what I'm hearing, is a chime. So we have all these bells. So let's check it out. Nope. I can't even hear that one. A little too crazy. Hard flute. Yeah, something like that. But I think bell closer, but like less reverb and less being weird. You can also... Ooh, actually, that's not bad. Something like that, but like a little stronger. That one's not bad either. Maybe without the reverb. No. Maybe this with like something that's close to that, but like stronger and... Ooh. That's cool. I don't think that's what I want, but it's cool. Nope. Nope. That's... Hold on. I want to just do this one. Just humor me on this. It's a little 80s, but it's kind of funny. Yeah, some of these are going to make yourself crazy trying to rein them in. Yeah, it's like yeah, and so that's kind of where you gotta like, you know, you gotta pick and choose. You gotta be like, you don't go crazy with it. You just kind of gotta like find something that works well enough and then be like, okay, that's what we're going with. And if it's like something where it's like I could just take off one effect and make it work, then like I can go with that. That's fine. Or like add one effect, but I'm not as comfortable with that. No. Close, but not. But I need something more aggressive. Also not bad. If we can't find anything else, echoing glass bells might be a good solution there. So let's remember echoing glass bells. Everybody who's listening right now, echoing glass bells is our fallback. No. Ooh. That's also closer to kind of what I want, but I fear that the gentle sine wave is not going to cut through the organ. Which is why we need like a stronger bell. Echoing glass bells, because I will forget half the words if I don't write it down. Oh, excellent. Yeah, just put it in chat. Perfect. I could also write it down, but that's a lot of work. And I have chat for me for that, so no. That's not bad either. Nah, it's a little bad. That's pretty close to what I want, but again, too soft. Let's just listen to it and see how it goes. Yeah, I kind of do like that. But I want something. See if we can... Nope. So magical bells is another good safety option. If it was not slightly detuned, I would go with that. If it didn't sound like it was out of a 80s movie, I would go with that. If it didn't sound like it was on the SNES, I would go with that. Didn't sound like it was part of a winter level, I would go with that. Yeah, magical bells is our safety option. If it didn't sound like that, I would go with that. Ooh. Let me give it a little too, I don't know, a little too something, but kind of like I kind of like it. No. Can't even hear that one. Nope. Nope. No. Ooh. That's also not bad. Yeah, but you can't, it doesn't cut through is a problem. I'm also feeling like the organ needs something else. It's too empty the way it is. Well, let's go back to our safety options. Ethereal echoing glass bells was our first one, right? I think that one's probably going to be the best chance at like cutting through. Oh, but it has this like weird delay. But actually, I kind of maybe we kind of like that. So let's give it a try. It's okay. It's okay. It could work. I want to just see. Let's increase that. Let's also get off of automation. Can I go to like? Yeah, let's get away from automation. Let's just like increase this. What is the, so what is the synth, what does the pipe organ need? Maybe we need a pad. Maybe that's what we need along with the pipe organ. I think we're close. Let's duplicate this. But then we'll actually make it not that. We'll go to pad. All right, well, all right. Who's ready for another rousing round of what pad should we use? Not that one. That's not bad. Maybe, I think we need something more aggressive, something like almost like a string. In fact, let's just like look for some string stuff first. See if we can get like what, something that sounds like a string pad. Maybe do we just have like a string pad? Strings. Epic synth strings. It's too epic, not enough strings. Authentic strings. Yeah, we'll see about that. Yeah, no, maybe if you're like a legit bass. You thinking like a string bass, like a double bass? So I'm trying to pick, like, I don't think an electric bass would be a good fit there, but maybe something that's like, like an actual string, dusty strings. No, too dusty. Doesn't sound like strings at all, dude. String decay? Why does these not sound like strings? Synth string reflections. No. Bent says, oh, I thought it said best synth strings. Like one that stands up. Okay, yeah, so like, orchestral strings, basses. It just like doesn't have the right sound. But maybe it worked. Maybe if it's hidden in the context, this could work. So throw the ninth on there and see how it goes. I kind of like this as a pad. This is kind of a nice pad. What does that sound like if we do this in context? That's actually not bad. That's not bad. Could do something like... Let's give it a try. And I'm gonna cheat a little bit, but we'll just do it this way. Okay, I played the wrong notes, but we can make it survive. It will make it feel like something organic, earthy is attached. Yeah, I kind of like it. Like by itself, it's not a great bass sound, but in the context of like the organ and stuff, it kind of sounds like it's like a you know, it sounds more like deliberately synthetic, which I think makes it work. Okay, so I definitely played some wrong notes here. But we have the power of making notes not wrong. So this is, so that's C, but this is, I think we played F here. Yeah, so this just needs to be G. And then I guess we do that. No, we do this. Hold up. And then what was this? D, which is correct. And so that would be C, which is correct, B, which is correct. Okay. I think we mostly did it correct. We just kind of played a couple things wrong, slightly wrong. So let me just listen to this, make sure it's right. Okay, so we need to quantize it, but and it's a I guess these are quarter notes, huh? In this context. Yeah, that's good. I don't know if I love the ninths in there, but it also those ninths are really strong on the last two, so I'm gonna take those down a bit. Yeah, I kind of like that. So I kind of like the trailing echo on the bells because, again, thinking like thematically, right? We've arrived at some sort of, it's a goal. We've achieved a goal, so we've arrived at a destination, but there's always another goal after that, and so it's like there's a sense of finality, but there's also a sense of there's something more just beyond. So I kind of like the implications of that thematically on our jingle here. So let me just give that another listen. Also, I kind of want to make sure, when does this end? When does that note end? Let's just make sure these notes end right on 3. Oh my goodness, that's so obnoxious. These guys end right on 3 is what happens. Should I quantize the I quantized the bells? I don't remember. Those look quantized, so I'm gonna say that we did. I do kind of I like this. I'm trying to think if there's anything more that it needs. Oh, what the frick was that? There. There. No, not quite. There. Maybe I want there to be like a little bit more decay on the organ and the basses bit, or maybe have it end a little sooner. When do I want it to end? When should it end? I feel like it shouldn't go all the way to 3. It should end sooner. There, beat 4. Beat 4 is when it should end. And then that's really obnoxious, but let's try that. It's just such an abrupt ending. Is there? I want there to be a way to kind of like. I guess there is. I guess we could automate a decay. I don't want that to be like the solution all the time, but we also haven't done that like at all. So. So when should the decay start? So okay, let's get our automate up. Oh, so this is sustain. No, what do we want? Volume. Probably start to decay right on beat 3. And then have it go. We probably will want to move it back to I think we want to have the automation go down all the way to beat 4, like go down all the way down by beat 4, but the actual hit, like the actual notes, sustain till beat 1, so it doesn't sound like so it doesn't cut prematurely. I think that's what we want to try do. So let me just solo that real quick, see if that sounds good. No, it doesn't. How do I make that sound better? Well, let's just let's actually do this. Let's mute bass. Yeah, it needs to keep going further. So maybe we also have an ad break incoming. So I just want to try this one real quick thing, and then we'll do our ad break. Oh my goodness, dude. Why is the bottom of the screen so difficult? That's not bad. I kind of like that. Let's break. All right, we're back. Okay, so I think let me just give this another listen. I'm pretty sure that this gives us what we want. This is the sound that we want here. So let's just try this again. Maybe it's still a little sudden. I don't know. Let's just stick the bases with the same thing and see. No, we don't want velocity. We want volume. So we're gonna do the exact same thing we just did with the organ. This goes all the way to beat 1. This stays. This starts on beat 3, and then starts to, and then goes, or beat 2, I guess, and then decays all the way. No, it is beat 3. And then decays all the way to just before the end. So now together, it should sound. That is still pretty good, actually. I kind of like it. Let me just listen to it a couple more times, see if it's good still. It does feel a little sudden somehow. So I almost wonder, what if we started earlier? What if we started at like beat 2? Just for kicks and giggles, just to see how it is. Okay, let's do that. Now that's not what we want. I'm just gonna straight up undo that. Nope. Apparently, I'm gonna save it actually. Do we go longer? Maybe we go past beat 3 and then continue to decay. Maybe that's our solution. Let's give it a shot. So let's actually go. You actually get to go further. This is to go even further beyond. Have I done this right? No, I have missed a note. So let's actually go to beat. Yeah, why not? Beat 3 of measure 3. And we'll do the same thing with you. Extend all the way to beat 4 to measure 4. The note extends to beat 3 of measure 3. And then we'll change the automation to go. Oh my goodness. To. Oh shoot, what have we done? It's not what I want. I want to just grab you. And we're gonna have you go to beat 1 of measure, or beat 2 of measure 3. And the same thing with you. Boom. I think that's the best one yet. I kind of want to try. Let's listen to it again. I like that. I like that. I don't know if it's perfect, but it's closer. The next idea I had would be to maybe have like 2 stages of the decay. So maybe we start. So I want to listen to it more time and see if we want to try that. No, you know what? I think that's actually pretty smooth as is. So I do like that. I'm trying to think if is there anything else that this needs. Because it just sounds a little bare still. It sounds like there's just like one like at the very beginning. What if we had more bells? Maybe that's what we need, is another bell thing that's kind of like a like maybe not the echoing, but maybe the echoing could work. So it could be like it could be like so we have A to G, so we have like and then some you could do like Maybe it's too much of the... Maybe we need a fourth instrument. I think we need a fourth instrument that kind of fills the... like, kind of hits the same, like, type of thing as the bells, but doesn't, but isn't, like, as echoey. So, like, something that's more orchestral. Like an orchestral bells type of thing. Yeah, but do we go tubular bells again? No, that's not quite right. That's not quite what I want. Maybe xylophone? No, that's too toy-like. Glockenspiel could be. Actually, you know what? Glockenspiel might be it. I was going to say steel guitar. Like for this sound, like for this sound that we're going for, or for like what are you hearing with the steel guitar? I kind of like that. It's a little gentle, but let's give it a try. I feel like I barely hear it, is the problem. It's fun. Eighth notes. Let's just crank the velocity way up on these guys. 50. I don't know. It just kind of sounds like extra noise, right? Like I'm hearing like the striking, but it doesn't like add what I want melodically. But maybe that's okay. Is that okay? You kind of like that, or would I would the glockenspiel? I feel like we need something stronger than the glockenspiel. Like, I think we're on the right track here, but we need... Crotales would be too, like, weird, right? Crotales are even worse than the glockenspiel. What else do we have for, like, options? Go back to glass marimba. That's too gentle though. I want something more. I don't want wood. I want something like metal or glass. No. That might be the only options we have for bells. Choir. We could add a, which almost certainly will not sound very good at all. But I am still tempted to try it nonetheless. Glockenspiel might be our best option here. What I do like about that is that it gives it feels like a proper contrast to the echoing bells. Also, one thing I didn't realize I haven't been doing this entire time is anything with panning at all, which might be something I'll want to experiment with later on. That's kind of like in more of the mixing department. So I think glockenspiel doesn't quite give me everything I want. it's nice that it still feels like a welcome contrast from the echoing glass bells, because I think the thing that I kept me from using the echoing glass bells like the whole thing is like it feels like overload. I want this last bit, the do 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 do, to sound like it's a new instrument or like a new idea that's coming in. And if you just have the bells the whole time, then it doesn't quite work. So Glockenspiel kind of gets our like percussive bell like thing going, but then it doesn't steal the show from the echoing bells. You know, I'm listening to it. It's not bad. It's not bad. I think, you know, it kind of sounds, you know, it doesn't sound quite as epic as I was hoping for. It sounds a little bit like it's straight out of a video game. It kind of, you know, it sounds like it's a Game Boy game, like victory theme, or like a Super Nintendo type of thing. But maybe that's okay. I think I like it. I think it's good enough that we can call it finished. And then, you know, obviously I'll probably do some tweaks tweaks and stuff to get it ready for stream. I think we're gonna call this complete. Let me just give it one last listen, and you guys let me know what you think about it. Yeah, I like it. I think, you know, there's definitely some different things we could do with it, but it gets the job done. It serves its purpose. And this is also, I think, you know, we've spent the longest on this one out of the 4. I think we got, you know, I think it's been like close to 2 hours now working on just this one alone. Like we spent more time on this one than we spent on almost more time we spent on this one than the rest of them combined, quite nearly. So I think at this point it's okay to call it like it's done, it's good. I'll sleep on it, I'll revisit it tomorrow, and if I still like it, I'm gonna get it out to the I'm gonna publish it, and that's gonna become the new alert. So yeah, so I think that's gonna be it for today. So we'll hope that was fun for everyone. It was certainly fun for me. I think if nothing else, it was helpful for me to kind of like be forced to be kind of accountable for actually like doing, like completing the work, and not just be like fool around, because what would have happened normally for something like this is I would have been like, okay, this evening I'm going to work on jingles, and then I probably would have worked on like 1 or 2 jingles, and then it would have been like, this isn't what I want, and I would have given up and gotten frustrated and like just gone and done something else for the rest of the night. So I think this was like, if nothing else, a really productive time for me to just like have like sort of be like, you know, publicly accountable to actually accomplishing a goal, which was creating 4 jingles that, while could use improvements and could be tweaked, are perfectly serviceable, and I think, you know, do a lot of stuff that I you know, kind of accomplish what I set out to do with them. So I think I think we are going to call it there for the evening. I'm pretty happy that we actually got through all of our goals. Like we did, you know, I set out, you know, with a goal to do 4 jingles, and we got 4 jingles done. We went a little long to get it to make it happen, but I'm pretty satisfied with that. So I think we'll definitely do stuff like this in the future, even if it's not something that, you know, seems like it's something that you know, a handful of you seemed to dig and enjoyed. So I appreciate you coming along for the ride. Thanks, Kat, for hanging out. Thank you for everyone else who popped in: Shogun, Scratchy, M Walkup, King Felix, Mule. Forgive me if I've missed anybody, but that is, I just appreciate you guys all popping in, hanging out, trying out something a little bit different. And I think it'll be cool. I'm toying with the idea of making Mondays Music Mondays. Adding Monday as like a permanent stream day or a semi-permanent stream fixture. And so we would do music on Mondays and then games Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. Because like I said, that's the sort of the initial inception of the stream was to do not just gaming but also music stuff and eventually also some coding stuff as well. But I want to get some more music going first before we add any coding stuff. So that's kind of like the game plan for the future is getting some more music out there. So appreciate everyone who came along for the ride. We are going to be back. So we are obviously kind of on a bit of a different schedule this week. We're going to be back tomorrow with our usual blueprints situation. I kind of wanted to keep, since we typically do blueprints on Tuesdays anyway, it seemed like a good pattern to be like, okay, even though the schedule is different, Tuesday is still blueprints day. So I'm certainly excited to get back into it because we had a huge some game-changing revelations last time that ended up being a lot of fun, and I'm really excited to follow up on those. So stay tuned for that tomorrow. And then Wednesday we are going to be doing, I'm not entirely sure yet. It's going to be something different though. It's not going to be blueprints and it's not going to be Silk Song. It's going to be something new. So possibly I'm toying with the idea of doing a new game called Keepy Up. So stay tuned for that. See if that might, if that's ends up being happening, or if it's something else. I'll announce it in the Discord probably, unless I forget. But thank you again, everyone, for stopping by. I'm gonna sign off, and until next time, be good.